Please, only NMLPs who are voting have Wi-Fi on, because otherwise we cannot stream and we cannot have the Zoom online. So everyone else who's not actively voting right now in the Nemo vote or is in Nemo vote, disconnect from the internet, use a hotspot or whatever. Okay, thank you. It's the new one. I updated the link with a new one. There was a new one, but maybe. Oh, I will put it in there. Are there any people in the room here that are using the Wi-Fi that have no need to use the Wi-Fi to be in Nemo vote? If you are that person, please disconnect, because otherwise we cannot start.
Okay, let's start today's session. Welcome, everyone. Please take your seats. We finally resolved the internet issues. Please take your seats, and can we have silence in the room, please? Okay. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap 3 times if you can hear me. Amazing. Thank you very much. Before we start today's plenary, we're going to continue and finalize the presentations of our external guests from yesterday. We have joining from the European Sting, Dr. Panos Katsampanis, and we have his associates here, Krista Giordinidi. We have been collaborating with European Sting for many years now, with IFMSA members sending in articles to calls that are shared every month. I'm sure you've seen them in your inboxes on specific subjects that are agreed between us that engage medical students all over the world. European Sting is based in Europe, of course, but the calls are global. So we receive each year hundreds of articles from all over the world, especially outside of Europe, actually. So it's really a pleasure to have the European Sting here present before the entire plenary. We'll begin with the presentation, and then we will head into the plenary. Dr. Katsampanis, please welcome. The floor is yours.
Dear IFMSA members, welcome to Greece. Kalispera σε όλους. The world's youngest doctors sting the world's biggest problems. It was November 2014 that we published the first article by an IFMSA member, Mrs. Rachel Brels, a medical student from Amsterdam. Between Rachel and Levina from Tanzania, whose article was published just today, the European Sting has published some 2,000 articles from young, dashing medical students from all around the globe. During the past decade, thousands of IFMSA members from all countries in the world have been putting a lot of serious effort in publishing influential articles with a sting on every single hot topic in the global health agenda of the planet, from COVID-19 and mental health to AI in medical education, the Ukraine war, Gaza genocide, you name it. We have covered so much already, and we continue every year to do so in collaboration with IFMSA. We accept with no compromise all articles from all young medical students from all countries and all walks of life, as we believe that is only through plurality and diversity that the topic can be truly enlightened and enriched. But what can one really do with 2,000 original and thought-provoking articles from the most promising doctors on earth? Well, nothing less than change the world. This is pretty much what we have done ourselves at the Sting back in 2013, when we started off in Brussels, what is today considered to be Europe's fastest growing media brand, with a vast network of millions of influential readers globally, or as people call us today, Europe's new New York Times. We're also young like you, who dare to shoot for the stars, try for the impossible, disrupt the entire media market in a second, compete with all the historical major brands, media brands out there, and make it against all odds, all the way to being a mainstream global media brand in just a couple of years' time. I will never forget our first invites to places like Davos or G20 just after we kicked off our journey, simply because we believed so much we were doing something extraordinary and people could actually see that. And all of that because we didn't accept no for an answer and never settled for anything less than the impossible. I remember myself traveling all around the world, representing this thing, being official media partner of the world's largest congresses and forums, and our logo featuring by the organizers next to media like Financial Times, CNN, Washington Post, Euronews, etc. We have done it all because we will never get tired of the way all traditional media are staring at us. Also because we believe the EU and the world should be a space for critical media and critical thinking to flourish, as this is the only way democracy can grow. This is the only way people are not spending an entire lifetime parroting fake news and cunning political campaigns that purposefully evade reality. And I feel I can share this exact feeling with you here this afternoon, simply because everybody in this room has the nerve to dream the impossible, shape a global health that all people in the world deserve. The right to health, regardless of race, nationality, or economic status. The right to live up to the expectations of what it means to be a human. Wherever the art of medicine is loved, there is also a love of humanity. Hippocrates used to say. I'm more than happy that The Sting has been your trusted media platform for more than a decade now to voice your critical insights in the global health agenda. With every little sentence you write at The Sting, you challenge the global health agenda, and with every article, you just shape it comprehensively. I do look forward to what the next decade will bring in this perennial, unique collaboration of ours. I look forward to shaping the world's health agenda together with you. Because the world's youngest doctors will keep stinging the world's biggest problems. I thank you, and I welcome you all to Greece, and I trust that this General Assembly will be productive for IFMSA and its great members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panos. It's a pleasure having you here. We are honored to continue our collaboration with you and to have renewed in March our formal memorandum of understanding for at least 3 years. And where it goes from there, we can only guess. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. And I will, yes, thank you. And I will hand over to our plenary team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. We'll be starting our plenary. Nemo vote is open. Please log in. This is how we'll record the roll call for today. We hope that we would be able to have a physical roll call. However, it was either the roll call or the NFDP. And I think maybe NFDP wins today. But hopefully in the next few days, we'll definitely have a physical roll call. As per our agreement, you will have 10 minutes to log into Nemo vote, and then we'll directly start. If we achieve quorum beforehand, then great, and we'll save a few extra minutes. Oh, wow, we already have 49 NMOs in vote, like in NEMO vote, so please keep it coming. We might be able to start in a few minutes. Hello? They need your help distributing the NEMO votes. 2 more minutes before the end of the roll call. Okay, so this marks the end of our roll call. We'll take a screenshot for now. We'll record it. If you join later, that is all right. We'll have checkpoints where we also screenshot the list on NEMO vote. Before we proceed with our first agenda point, a small announcement from the plenary team side. Guys, can I have everyone's attention? Okay, so as discussed earlier and also as outlined in the hybrid plenary guidelines, NMOs can either be present in person or online. It is impossible for us as plenary team to keep track of NMOs who are present both here in the plenary room and also online. It will be very confusing when it comes to both proposing rights and speaking rights. We understand that there are certain NMOs who have delegates both in person and online. That is all right. That is not a problem. However, what we would like to request from you is to choose one modality per day. So for example, if today you choose to be present online as Mets in Sudan, then you'll have to be present online until the end of the plenary. Tomorrow, if you would like that to be changed, you have to approach the plenary team before the start of the plenary session so that we can update that. This is, again, super important because it affects the naming list on Zoom and it also affects the voting cards distribution. If you choose to be present online, but still you have some delegates in person on site that you would like to sit, I don't know, in their tables, that is all right, but we're not going to hand them voting cards. Does this make sense? Again, and for the last time, each NMO will have the chance to decide on their preferred modality of participation. They will have to stick with their preferred modality of participation for the entire plenary. It cannot change until the next day. If you choose to be present online, but you still want your delegates to sit on the table next to the stage, that is all right, but they will not be given a voting card. Understood? If at any point we realize that you're present both in Zoom and here, one of you will be asked to leave, which will basically interrupt the proceedings and will just cause us further delays. So please, 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 if you already have your representative online, for example, now, and you would like to have them as the main representative for today, please hand your voting card to the CCC. CCC and returning officers, are we done with the voting cards distribution?
Which one?
Which animal?
They are in the other bag. Yeah. They're listed as on offline. Online.
Online, yeah. So can you share the slide with me directly?
I will also just keep doing it here anyways.
Yeah, but like I want to be able to read it. Then in Brazil. Okay, then in Brazil do not have their vote. Sorry? Buhamsa. Yeah. Do we have any other animal that is missing their voting card? What's your animal? El Salvador. For the very last time, is there any other delegation that does not have their voting card? Sorry? I from say Peru. When logistical request, please do not sit in the corridor because the returning officers will not be able to move freely. Okay, we're starting the plenary. Next slide.
Laura, can we have the slides?
Can you have the pointer then? Okay, so the plenary agenda for today are the following. So our first agenda point is the adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. Then we'll proceed with the presentation of programs applying for IFMSA recognition. Then we'll have the adoption of the report of the Supervising Council. Then the adoption of all the reports of IFMSA officials. Then the adoption of official relationship agreements with other organizations. Then the ratification of sponsorship agreements. Then the adoption of the reports of IFMSA programs. Last but not least, we'll have the report of the IFMSA president on the status of the IFMSA Board of Recommendations. Our first point is the adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. IFMSA CCC, would you like to present your report, or at least the amendments that were made after president sessions? Would you like to? Okay, so they haven't sent a new version, which means we're ready to go. Do we need a speakers list? Yes, I see there is a need for a speakers list. Perfect. I cannot read, but okay, thank you. IFMSA Brazil. I'm really sorry, but my glasses are not really working. So we have IFMSA Brazil on the list. Anyone else who would like to join the speakers list? Going once, going twice. Perfect. IFMSA Brazil, the floor is yours. We'll get you a microphone. Please remember that you have a maximum of 2 minutes for your statement and to also send it afterwards. Thank you.
Dear NMO President and other delegates, IFMSA Brazil received a dreadful written email about our BCPs from the Supervising Council, just 1 day before the General Assembly started, even though we had sent it months ago. The SUPCO offered us no time for response, no further clarifications, and no further action, just empty promises. This email is an act of complete disregard for what the Constitution states at item 6.1, a complete misinterpretation of item 2.2 of the bylaws, and a complete disrespect to our NMO. The phrase, "we believe the detriment this may cause outweighs the benefits," it's received with disgust by the thousands of students I legitimately and consensually represent. Tell me the detriments. For as far as we see, the only detriment would be for the Executive Board and the Supervising Council that we need to deal with the situation instead of pushing it to the next term. On the other side, thousands of medical students would benefit by having a voice here, and the Federation with the fulfillment of our Constitution, avoiding further repercussion at the WHO or legally. Silence is no longer our policy. While we are not represented, while we are the only NMO that sits in this plenary without the right to represent our students, we will not back down. We may have no vote, but we'll keep our right to speak active. We will not be bullied, silenced, or frightened. Our voices will be loud. With regards, IFMSA Brazil.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Brazil. And again, a gentle reminder to send your statement on the NMO server as well as to the secretary team. We'll proceed with our first motion. We received a regular motion that reads to adopt the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee of the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. IFMSA EB, would you like to explain? Can we get the EB a mic if they would like to explain? Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Is it Metzko Oman? Perfect. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Not common. Do we have a direct negative? I say Spain. Would you like to explain? Does anyone have an alternative motion? Perfect. We'll open the vote. The vice chairperson will let you know when the vote is open.
The vote has now been opened. You may cast a vote. We have received 45 votes. I'm now closing the vote. We received 40 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and 5 abstentions. Motion passes simple majority.
Thank you very much, CCC, for your great work. As announced earlier, we'll be taking a 30-minute break because we have a lot to figure out. There are 2 things that will happen. Your voting cards will be collected because, as again mentioned earlier, we'll have to change them. We'll have to make changes based on the CCC report. This is the first thing. NMOs who are joining online, the codes will also change. So please make sure to double check that in 30 minutes and rename yourselves accordingly. I will also be double checking a few seating issues during the 30-minute break. So please stay seated at least for 5 minutes and then feel free to move around. We'll see you again at 5:50. Guys. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. I know that we are in the middle of a break, but I need you to do a very small / energizing exercise. Everyone except the first table, please take 2 steps back. With your tables, yes. Take your table and take 2 steps back. Guys, please, let's go. We need to make space for everyone to sit down comfortably.
For a kind information, all the vice chairs of standing committee and regional plenaries, if you are here on site, please come to the TO table, please. Regional and standing committee, plenary vice chairs, please come to the team official table, please. If you are here. Sorry, I am wearing this.
No, that's okay.
Hopefully
Can I,
get-
can I, can I help? What is the,
I want to get this.
It's the camera, is this the sound? Oh, it's the sound one. Oh, okay. It's- So if I grab this one, put this one in here, then do this, then we can put that one in here. Okay, try again. Can you try? It's not working, right? Oh. Yes. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. Okay, great. John, stop playing with it now, because now I'm gonna see if I can fix the rest of the problems. Microphone. Yeah, the microphone. Which arguably is a pretty big issue. Okay, online people were testing the sound again because we switched some things up. Can you hear me? Is this audible for you? Or are there any issues with the sound?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. We can hear you clearly.
Can you please type in the chat if I'm audible? Okay, amazing. It works. Okay. Thank you all. We will return shortly.
Hello? Can I have everyone's attention? Okay, so I just received a request from the subco for a technical break. So we're extending this break until 6 p.m. Again, we received a request to extend the break, so we will resume the plenary, hopefully, fingers crossed, at 6. Thanks. IFMSA Subco, can you please approach the stage? Can I have everyone's attention? Guys, can I have your attention, please? Hello? Guys, can I have your attention? Okay, guys, if you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Perfect. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think it's part of the job. Sadly, we'll have to extend the break until 6:30. We have one technical issue, and we have to also amend a certain document. Apologies for that, but it was either the break or we changed the agenda. And I think the break is much better than changing the entire agenda. Apologies. See you in 22 minutes. Hello, everyone. We are starting, so please take your seats, including plenary team. Again, everyone, please take your seats. Guys, please log in to Nemo Vote. Hi, everyone. Again, please log into your Nemo Vote. We need quorum before we can start. One more reminder, please log into your Nemo Votes. We'll start in 4 minutes. If we get quorum beforehand, we'll be able to proceed.
don't feel comfortable with this one. Anyway. Hello. Oh, sorry for disrupting. So, kind reminder for the joint sessions, if you haven't signed up or your delegates haven't signed up yet, we have really less amount of people submitted. So your delegates are expected to join because it's a part of agenda. Thank you so much. Today is the deadline.
Thank you very much, IFMSA VPCB. And again, you guys have 1 minute to log into NEMO vote.
But because we're waiting. Dear NMOs, please log on to NEMO vote. We're still waiting for some of you to log on to so that we can proceed with the plenary.
Okay, so we finally have quorum. You will now receive your voting cards.
Okay. Hello everyone. Again me. So another announcement. If you haven't signed up for post GA, there is an extraordinary call open, and deadline is tomorrow. We have TNT and TNet, and we are looking for participants mostly. Thank you.
Okay, does everyone have their voting cards? What is it? Sorry? Do we have AMEF Mexico in the room? AMEF Mexico.
Okay, NMOs, we shared a new amended version of the subco report. Please check that because we are going through tabling the motion of adoption of it. It's just a one or two paragraph added to the report that we already shared on the server. So please check that. It's on the server. The new version has changes highlighted in blue.
Okay, so hello everyone. We're officially resuming the plenary. Before we proceed to our next agenda point, we have a point of order from the IFMSA CCC. Can the CCC get the microphone?
Hi, we have a microphone. So, karma struck, you could say, because sometimes the CCC also hands in things that are invalid. The preliminary CCC report that we voted on earlier was sadly invalid due to bylaw 327 because it did not include the status of NMOs. Therefore, the voting rights have not changed yet. We have not adopted a CCC report. What is going to happen now is that we are going to vote again on the motion. We're going to amend it to specify that we are voting on the CCC report we sent you 2 minutes ago, which includes the new voting rights. And upon adoption of our third preliminary CCC report, we can continue with the plenary as we were. Thank you for your patience.
Perfect. Thank you very much, IFMSA CCC. Mistakes happen. Shouldn't be a big deal. Happy that we managed to correct it as soon as possible. We have a regular motion that reads to adopt the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee of the 74th General Assembly August meeting, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. IFMSA, would you like to explain? No, thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Quorum. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA CCC?
Yes, we would like to amend so that the motion reads to adopt the preliminary report. Yeah, okay. To adopt the latest version of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee as sent on the NMO server of the 27th General Assembly, August meeting 25.
74th.
74th.
Perfect. Thank you very much, IFMSA CCC. Proposer, IFMSA Executive Board, do you accept the amendment? Perfect. Thank you, IFMSA EB. Quorum as the seconder, do you accept the amendment? Thank you. The amendment is incorporated. Do we have any further amendments? No further amendments. Do we have a direct negative? And in Portugal, would you like to explain? Does anyone have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. We'll open the vote.
The vote has now been opened. Please log into NemoVote, look at the open motions and cast your votes.
Is that a point of order?
And then in Brazil,
So the NIMS Brazil point of order was that they had issues with Nemo vote. Now it's solved, so we'll be able to proceed. It is not resolved yet, so we'll give them extra time. We have a point of order, Turkey. Connection issues. I think a lot of connection issues as well. Returning officers, can you please try to help them out? Liaise with DPPRC as well. Everyone, if you're not voting, please turn off your Wi-Fi. Again, if you're not voting, please turn off your Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Is there still NMOs in the room that have not cast their vote due to connectivity issues? Okay, we wait then. How about now? Still connectivity issues? Okay.
Guys, if anyone has a working hotspot, please share with the rest of the animals, especially if they're facing issues. Besides Turkey, is there anyone else still struggling? Okay, please keep your voting cards raised so that someone can approach you. Once again, please keep your voting cards raised so that someone can approach you. And if you're not using the Wi-Fi to vote, please turn off your Wi-Fi. Again, if anyone has a working hotspot, please share it with the NMOs that are struggling. Thank you very much in advance. Okay, I was informed that. Hi, everyone. Psst. Okay, anyone else still struggling to vote? Perfect. We'll close the vote.
We have now closed the vote and received 48 votes in favor, 6 against, 4 abstentions. Motion passes simple majority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, IFMC CCC. Do we have anyone from the OC here? OC, can we get a confirmation if dinner is ready? Okay. Isn't it 7? So the OC is checking if dinner is ready for sure, because I do not want to take any time from dinner. I just want to make sure that it is ready. Yes. Lemsi Klaban, is it a point of information? Yes, I already have a request for a speaker's list, but my plan is to check for dinner first. If dinner is ready, then everyone goes for their break. And then we open the speaker's list right after we're back. If dinner is not ready, then speaker's list, and we'll proceed. Do we have a confirmation? Ready? Okay, so I have a confirmation that dinner is ready. Just a second. Please do not leave yet. Guys, the plenary is still ongoing. Unless I clearly say that that we're done, please do not leave. This is a plenary. Okay, so according to the agenda, we have dinner break until 8. So please be back by 8. Exactly 8. We cannot delay this any longer. Before you leave, you have to give back your voting cards. If you leave with your voting card, that is a problem. Guys, for the second time, unless I clearly say that the plenary is over, it is not over. Is that okay with everyone? Plenary is not over. Again, plenary is over. When I say plenary is over, you give your voting cards, and then there is a short announcement from the OC. You go eat your dinner, and then we should be back by 8. So VP, OC announcement. Okay, so the plenary is over. The announcement will be outside the plenary itself, and then please hand over your voting cards.
Okay, stay seated. Don't move. Don't move. Okay, plenary team will leave. They will go eat first if you are so kind to allow them. Your general delegates that are not in plenary, they can go eat dinner until 8:30. So don't tell them to go all now. Go first. You that you need to go to be at plenary is back at 9. And you can tell your general delegates to go at around 8. Yes, you need to be here at 8, sorry. You'll tell your delegates, your general delegates that are not in plenaries to be at dinner at 7:30, 7:45, since they have more time. And you go first that you need to be back at 8. Give your voting cards back to the CCC. And allow the plenary team to skip the line, please. They need to be back early, so let them skip the line. That includes CCC, returning officers, chair, secretary team, and everyone in between. So let them skip it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Nemo vote is open, so please log in. Also, please get your voting cards from the CCC table. Again, if you are in the room, please pick up your voting card from the CCC table. Why not? Okay, so the CCC asked that you guys wait and they will be able to help, they will help out. They will give you the voting cards, sorry. Once again, please log in to Nemo Vote and also get your voting cards from one of the returning officers. Once again, please log into NemoVote and collect your voting card from the plenary team. Okay, we have an announcement from the IFMSA VPCB.
Hello. Kind reminder for your delegates to join training sessions tomorrow. It's going to happen between 11 to 13 local time.
Okay, do we all have our voting cards? IFMSA NL is looking for the voting card. Anyone else? If you're missing your voting card, please keep your hand up. The returning officers, we have a few NMOs on the on my right side who are still waiting for their voting cards. Once again, please log into NemoVote. We only have 33 NMOs at the moment. Again, please log into your Nemo vote. If you're still missing your voting card, find one of the returning officers. We should start in 2 minutes exactly. Okay, for the very last time, is there anyone who's still missing their voting card? Like there are some people missing, but well, that's a different issue. But is there anyone in the room who's missing their voting card? We have quorum? I mean, no, we have. The form is 142. Okay. Yes, 72. So it's 10 minutes. And as we agreed, roll call will always be open for 10 minutes, then we'll record it. So we are proceeding with our next agenda point. But again, before we jump into this, is there anyone who's still missing their voting card? If we have any newcomers, they should collect their voting cards from the CCC table. So our next agenda point agenda item 14, presentation of programs applying for IFMSA recognition. We have received 2 submissions. The first submission is for emergencies, disaster risk, and humanitarian actions. We will, we received a video submission. Before we start the presentation, aka the video, please remain silent throughout the entire video presentation. The presenters might not be here with us in person, but they still deserve our respect and full attention. Right after the presentation, you guys will have the space to ask questions. I will collect the questions first, and then the presenters will have the opportunity to answer them all at once. Okay, before we officially start this, we'll just test it first. We'll make sure that people in the room are also online are able to hear it. So can we start?
Hello everyone, this is Shayma Abdul-Ilah, your IFMSA program
Let's stop
coordinator
it.
for
People in the room, were you able to hear this? Yes, we can have it a bit louder, I think. That would be ideal. Online souls. Okay, online souls. Thank you very much, Ice Catalonia. Okay, let's start.
Hello everyone, this is Shayma Abdul-Ilah, your IFMSA program coordinator for emergencies, disaster risk, and humanitarian actions. So let's start with a quick introduction into EDHA, with emergencies and disaster posing serious threats to the health systems and vulnerable populations. We, as the future health professionals and medical students, have a vital role. We have to understand the risks, to respond effectively, and advocate for preparedness and equity. So that's the beauty of this IFMSA program, a space for medical students to explore the critical issues related to EDHA, connect their local and global efforts, contribute to building more safer and resilient communities. With that, let's have a background of understanding that program description is what defines what the program stands for, the structure and function. For EDHA, it was adopted in 2015 and no updates or changes made since then. There was no structured monitoring, and unfortunately, global emergencies and disasters increased in the last decade with major shifts in nature. That associated with renewal, especially when we look at the structure of the program itself, we notice four things: lack of references, structural and coherence weakness, core components absence, and outdated and redundant design. The program description lacking references, making it lack evidence basis. There is no logical framework of intervention that is clear and coherent, making it very hard for structured monitoring, especially with not clear success criteria. The absence of focus areas and SDGs alignment and the outdated and redundant design make it very confusing and hard for activity coordinators. With that, we have had a small working group convened in February with two main tasks: to analyze the current EDHA program description and develop a renewed description. We have had 5 methods: the review of the internal data and the enrollment trends from 2018 to 2025. We have a structural analysis of the existing program description, review of relevant regional and global documents, a SWOT analysis to determine the gaps and opportunities, and inputs from you, the EB, the TO, the IT, and my previous predecessors. With that, what is new? We have incorporated into the background and problem statement the focus areas, broadened the target groups and beneficiaries, combined and made a very comprehensive logical framework of interventions. We have added SDGs analysis, narrative, organizational context and resources, annexes, and bibliography to make it evidence-based, something that just fits us as the biggest medical student organization. So when we look at the focus areas, we have had one focus area that in the past 8 years was one enrollment under it, which is the IHL, or the International Humanitarian Law. We have had 2 focus areas that are interrelated and redundant. So we tried to come up with focus areas that combine these and things that are relevant to today's trends. We have disaster resilience, healthcare in danger, health and well-being of marginalized and underserved population in crisis and recovery, humanitarian access and equity, technology and innovation in disaster medicine or disaster response, and incorporation of disaster medicine into medical practice. With that, general structures and improvement for the background and problem statement, we have added more intersectional scope. Grounded in evidence, we have added definitions about disasters, emergencies, displacement, migration, gender inequities, amongst others. And we have made clear goals, smart objectives, clear milestones, and success indicators that align with the global EDHA efforts. We have also added the SDG because we need to understand our contribution to the SDGs, and we have made it again with references and annexes for our NMOs to be empowered. Looking at all of this, now this is the renewal. What is next? With this renewal, IFMSA will be given a relevant, modernized, evidence-based program on emergencies, disaster risk, and humanitarian actions. That is the reflection of 7 years of interim data and feedback. The elimination of redundancies, it provides tool and empowerment for NMOs to set foundation for all forms of activities directed to EDHA. Finally, by adopting this proposal, the next PC will be empowered to take an innovative measure to implement the new structure and have a clear structure for monitoring and evaluation, all to showcase the impact of IFMSA in this realm. With that, I want you guys to check the report here if not yet done. And finally, to my in a small working group, thank you so much for this. You have made it, and I'm glad to reflect this. Thank you so much. This is Ioannina here, IFMSA PC for ADHA, and
Thank you very much for the presentation. This was too loud, no? Okay, perfect. IFMSA Executive Board, can you please confirm who will be answering questions?
And we confirm if the program coordinator is in the Zoom. So the program coordinator.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Executive Board, for the confirmation. So we have PCEDHA on Zoom. Now, as mentioned earlier, we'll collect 3 questions and we'll give the floor to PCEDHA to answer the questions within 2 minutes. Do we have any questions? I see none. Thank you very much, PCEDHA, for your presentation. Proceeding to our next presentation, which is the program description, the program proposal for gender-based violence. Okay, let's test the video.
Hi everyone, my name is Ioannina Oji.
Thank you. Good. Perfect. Online source, can you please confirm? Okay, thank you very much for the confirmation. Let's proceed with the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Ioannina Oji. Currently, I serve as the IFMSA Program Coordinator for Gender-Based Violence, and it is my absolute pleasure to present to you the IFMSA GBV Program Description Renewal Proposal. Basically, I'll walk you through the process that initiated the renewal and has brought us to this stage where it has been submitted for adoption in this General Assembly. So a bit of a background, GBV is any harmful act directed at a person because of their gender, and it presents in multiple forms: physically, socially, emotionally, financially, and otherwise. And to address this program within IFMSA's context comprehensively, the GBV program was introduced in 2015. And the description is basically what defines the structure and functions of the program. That is all of the ways that IFMSA addresses these issues. Currently, the focus areas that we have in the program are women empowerment, FGM, domestic violence, sexual exploitation and rape, early and forced marriage, and honor killings. However, the work that we do in the NMOs and at the international level go beyond this scope. So what initiated the renewal? Since its adoption in 2015, the program description has had no updates. Hence, the structure that was introduced at that time is what is still being considered and basically gives no room for proper monitoring within the program's context. The focus areas are outdated and limited. GBV realities have shifted drastically in the last decade. Emerging issues, intersectional gaps, and lack of adaptability persist in the current structure. Hence, to address all of these issues, a renewal process was set in motion, and an SWG was set up in February 2025 to lead this process. Firstly, by conducting a comprehensive analysis of the current description based on enrollment trends, existing program description, consultations, and relevant documents. And based on this analysis, develop a renewed description that addresses the current realities of GBV. Some of the issues that were highlighted from this analysis were misalignment with listed focus areas and underrepresentation of important focus areas, over-reliance on campaigns, limited capacity building, regional disparities in activity distribution, limited alignment with current IFMSC and NMO efforts when it comes to GBV issues, and limited evidence of the overall program description structure. And to address all of this, we basically took the original structure and refined the content within it, and also introduced some new concepts, such as the focus areas explicitly listed under the background and problem statement, having milestones integrated with the objectives and indicators, an SDG analysis, and an annex. So to go into a bit more detail, I will start with the focus areas. Currently, we have just 6 focus areas, which are very limited in scope, but now we have expanded to have 9 focus areas, basically addressing underrepresented and emerging issues and giving clearer structure for the activity coordinators to work with. And also in terms of the general structural improvements that have been done, we have made the background and problem statement broader, more intersectional scope, and grounded in evidence and updated statistics. We have expanded target groups and beneficiaries. We have integrated the goals, objectives, and milestones with the indicators and aligned them with the global GBV efforts of IFMSA and all over the world. And we have made the end goal and assumptions broader and more ambitious to reflect current GBV dynamics. The organizational context now includes guidance on the resources needed for effective implementation, and the narrative reflects updated goals, language, and context. Finally, the SDG analysis, annex, and bibliography added to the program's description help to link the SDGs, support activity coordinators with tools and resources, and essentially ground the entire description in credibility. In conclusion, this renewal reflects 5 years of internal data, member feedback, and structural evidence, giving IFMSA a relevant, modernized, and inclusive GBV program for today's reality. It empowers our NMOs with the tools and clarity to take action and sets the foundation for better policy engagement, survivor support, and systems change. By adopting this proposal, we will basically be empowering the next PC to take on innovative measures to implement this new structure and scale our overall efforts towards the elimination of all forms of GBV. That will be it from me. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. And if you would like to access the full renewal analysis report, please scan the QR code.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Again, IFMSA Executive Board, can you confirm if PCGBV would be the one answering the question? Okay, we have a confirmation, and we also have PCGBV on the Zoom. Do we have any questions? No questions. Thank you very much, PCGBV. Now proceeding to our next agenda point. Before we proceed, we received a request for a speakers list. So who would like to be added to the speakers list? IFMSA Kurdistan, LAMSIC Lebanon, IFMSA Egypt. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Remember that each NMO has a maximum of 2 minutes for their statement. And also be kind and send your statement afterwards to the secretary team. Thank you in advance. IFMSA Kurdistan, the floor is yours.
Hello. Oh, okay. So, dear IFMSA Supervising Council, This statement is provided by Sahan Soran and Alan Salah, the two current members of IFMSA Kurdistan's Supervising Council. IFMSA Kurdistan operates with a robust internal structure where every member of the NMO's leadership is committed to supporting and guiding our general members. Internal investigations, like all other internal processes, are governed by our national constitution and bylaws. These frameworks ensure that all voices are heard and that each investigation is approached with utmost objectivity and fairness. Throughout this term, the Supervising Council has opened multiple investigations involving general members, local officers, national officers, and even members of the Executive Board. The identity or position of the person involved has never influenced our work. What matters to us is that due process is followed, privacy is respected, and voices of all parties are acknowledged. According to our constitution and bylaw, any IFMSA Kurdistan member has a right to request an investigation. However, the Supervising Council has upheld an internal policy of not proceeding with requests submitted anonymously or without sufficient evidence. This approach is based on years of experience, which has shown that such requests are often rooted in personal disputes and fall outside the Council's scope. At the same time, we have consistently ensured that members who request confidentiality can trust that their identities will be protected. This commitment to integrity and confidentiality is one of the reasons why one of our current Supervising Council members was re-elected during the last National General Assembly, achieving a 3/4 majority in 2 consecutive terms. As a strong indicator of trust of our members in the Council. In addition to all of this, the founders of IFMSA Kurdistan continue to keep a close eye on the organization and remain approachable to any member who wishes to raise concerns. According to our constitution and bylaws, in the event of a misconduct by a Supervising Council, the founders hold the authority to dismiss any member of the Council from their position. The additional layer oversights accountability and reinforces our commitment to transparency and ethical conduct. We appreciate the time and effort the IFMSA Supervising Council in ensuring—
Thank you very much, IFMSA Kurdistan. Your time is up. Next, we have Lamsik Lebanon.
Can I start? Okay. Humans of the world. These are some of the words I never imagined we would have to write. On the evening of the 5th of June 2025 at around 8 p.m., the Lebanese citizens received a cruel message from the IOF spokesperson about targets in the suburbs of Beirut. 120 apartments were demolished, 50 cars were destroyed, 177 businesses were put to ground, and 71 buildings were affected in 30 minutes. These numbers are not out of a movie. This is the reality we had to live in. And among the rubble was Farid, our Lamsik mascot. Farid has always been a symbol for our resistance, a symbol of us overcoming everything. This term, along with Farid, our officials had to flee their homes on more than one occasion, until a night where fleeing was not possible anymore, and Farid was killed. Farid could have been any one of us. Farid represents every medical student in this country who risked their life more than once and had to choose and chase survival. Farid represents the resilience in us to stand back up and fight back. Farid represents the love we have for our country and its traditions, its land and its peoples, that we are not ready to give up. They killed Farid. Lamsik will forever remember this heroic mascot who took the fall to keep the students safe, but refused to go without sending a message to the whole world. You can kill our bodies, but our spirits will remain. To Farid, our symbol, our mascot, a beloved Lebanese figure that will be missed dearly. To our members, we will get out of this ugly war stronger by resisting and standing in solidarity for Farid, for Lebanon. Now we introduce Faris. His name translates to night, our knight in shining armor, protecting the hope we have for a better tomorrow, for a better future, for a safer space where we can grow worrying about what matters to us, not about surviving chaotic attacks against civilians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lamsik Lebanon. Next, we have IFMSA Egypt.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Dear NMOs, this statement is on behalf of IFMSA Egypt, Damsa Palestine, Metzco Oman. We acknowledge the Supervising Council efforts in investigating the 24-25 VPA situation. However, we must address serious procedural concerns that affect our democratic process and organizational integrity. A 67-page investigation report concluded on May 1st, 2025, was delivered to NMO only yesterday, one day before we are expected to vote on it. Despite having 3 months since the suspension decision, the subco provided inadequate time for us for proper review. During today's present session, we raised concerns about this impossible timeline. Disappointingly, the subco response was to suggest we use ChatGPT to summarize it. This dismissive approach to such a critical matter is deeply concerning. More troubling was the subco explicit dismissal of the VPA's mental well-being, stating it's a mental health thingy, stating that toxic workspaces affect everyone, normalizing what should never be acceptable. As a youth-led organization of future health professionals, we cannot normalize toxic work environment. For years, IFMSA has advocated for mental well-being globally, yet we fail to protect our own leadership. We must ask, if the VPA had proper workplace support, would the outcome have been different? Years of competent leadership in various roles suggest environmental factors matter. The investigation report mentions both positive and negative feedback, yet conclusion focused solely on negatives. Would similar scrutiny of any EB member under toxic conditions yield different results? Before voting, ask yourselves, are we comfortable deciding on a report we haven't read, much less understood or discussed? We call for postponing this decision until proper review is possible, a proper report is conducted, and ensuring fairness and preservation on institutional memory of what truly occurred. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Egypt. Apologies, we forgot to add the IFMSA team of officials to this speakers list earlier. Can we get IFMSA TO a microphone?
Okay, am I audible? Okay. Dear NMOs, we would like to extend our appreciation to the program coordinators for gender-based violence and emergency disaster risk and humanitarian action programs for their dedication and leadership in developing IFMSA programs. The renewal of these programs is not just a technical step. It reflects months of deep reflection, consultation, and vision for the sustainability of the program. The process extended from October 1st to May 1st, involving extensive revision of objectives, alignment with external standards, and feedback from stakeholders. We want to honor the time and energy this has taken and the commitment it represents to keeping our programs responsible, relevant, and impactful. Today's presentations are part of a broader effort to ensure all IFMSA programs remain aligned with global priorities and member needs. Yet, 8 programs are still pending renewal. Looking ahead, we recognize that this process, while meaningful, can be strengthened further. We urge future leadership to prioritize their review to ensure consistency and cohesion across our program structure, and recommend that future renewals be better documented with clearer guidance and timelines. In particular, we propose the introduction of third-party reviews to ensure objectivity, quality, and relevance. We encourage the Federation to institutionalize them through clarified procedures and possible bylaws updates so that renewal of programs becomes a regular, transparent, and constructive process. To the program coordinators and all members contributing to this process, thank you for your leadership. We stand with you in ensuring that IFMSA programs continue to be spaces of action, learning, and real-world impact. Thank you. With sincere appreciation, your IFMSA team of officials 2024-2025.
Thank you very much, IFMSA TO. We have a point of information from IFMSA Executive Board.
We just kindly ask to the NMOs to send their statements through the NMO server. Each statement sent on time will help extremely the IFMSA to get their minutes adopted at the end of the GA. So your responsibility will also bring our success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Executive Board. And we proceed to our next point, which is the adoption of the report of the Supervising Council. Okay, we received a regular motion submitted by the IFMSA Supervising Council that reads to adopt the last amended report of the Supervising Council sent on the server for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. IFMSA Subco, would you like to explain?
Okay, yes, fair, I from Subco. So I don't know if you have seen or not, but we shared another amended one right now, a few minutes ago. The only change is about what I also mentioned at the beginning of the day in the during the Subco session, that we are expecting to change it. If you scroll down and go to table of investigation, when we just mentioned the status of the present investigation, the status of the investigation for Supervising Council member Vedant Shukla changed from initiating the investigation to pending decision, because after sharing the subco report and mentioning the conflict of interest there, we received concern that there might be not quorum by the EB for that decision. So the decision of the EB for initiating that investigation was invalid. We asked CCC interpretation, and this was the answer that we received. Therefore, the status of the investigation turns to be pending. And that was the only change in this version. And yep, thank you so much for all the support on everything.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Subco. Now, do we have a seconder for this motion? Okay, Alan Luxembourg. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Morocco, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. Point of order from IFMSA Executive Board.
The Supervising Council report has not been shared in the NMO server.
There was a report. Okay, yes, we've just received literally less than a minute ago. CCC, how do we proceed in this case? So, like when we voted on the motion, or when we when we went through the motion maze, the latest version of the subco report wasn't shared by then. Do we start now? It is shared.
The answer, CCC. I mean, I don't think it would be invalid. It would just be the version before the one that they sent.
It is definitely so my question was, do we simply go through the motion maze all over again?
Maze right now.
I am in the middle of the
and
motion
it is
maze.
a valid motion with a valid document. So there's nothing stopping you from continuing, I'd say.
Okay, so we have a point of order from Subco.
Okay, so we did share it. It was just not approved by the EB, so it hasn't arrived yet, but it was shared. Because we needed approval for it on the server.
IFMSA CCC.
Yeah, so we propose that we
Guys, this is still the plenary.
We propose that we vote on this motion. No.
It has to be sent over the server. It was not sent over the server before we started the motion maze. So the document that we took in consideration right now is the latest version Subco sent during before we started the motion maze through the NMO server.
Okay, so we'll take a 2-minute technical break where Subco can come and 2 minutes, please stay seated, do not leave so that we can pick it up as soon as possible. Subco, can you please approach us? Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. Apologies for the confusion. So here's what's going to happen. Can I have everyone's attention? Hi. Okay, thank you. So since we've already started the motion maze, there is no option but to continue until the end. After we're done with this motion, we'll have to pause for a few minutes so that SUBCO can submit a procedural motion to reopen the debate on this motion. And then we'll have to vote again. Why are we doing all this? Definitely not because we like to overcomplicate things. But the moment I read the motion, there was a specific report that was already sent on the NMO server. So the report that was shared, I think a few hours ago, was basically the point of our discussion. This cannot be changed. We've already started the motion maze. We'll get done with this motion. We'll pause for a bit. They'll submit the procedural motion, and then we'll re-vote on this. Otherwise, their amendment will not be incorporated. Do we have any questions? Is this clear for everyone? Perfect. So back to the motion maze. Last thing, we asked if we had any alternative motions. We had no alternative motions. So I'll give the floor to the vice chairperson so that he can proceed with NEMO vote.
Okay, motion 8 is now open to vote. Please log on to NEMO vote, cast your votes. So we have 40 votes now. You have 10 seconds left, maybe a little more for technical issues.
Okay, NMOs who are facing technical or heads of delegations who are facing technical issues, please keep your voting cards up high. Returning officers, can you please try to help them out? And again, if you're not using the Wi-Fi to vote, please turn it off. I'm sorry, I know that is not easy, but sadly, it is the only option we have at the moment. And if anyone has a hotspot they're willing to share, please do so as well. We have a point of order from IFMC Subco.
We are in the middle of the vote. Can we please have silence in the plenary room?
That is not a point of order, but thank you very much, Subco. Once again, the animals who are still facing issues, please raise your voting cards. Bohemsa, right? Okay. Perfect. So we still have, like for the online souls, we still have two animals who are struggling. We're trying to help them out. Guys, please remember that we are in the middle of a vote. Bohemsa, are you still struggling to vote? Bohemsa, we're very sorry, but you do not have voting rights. That's the issue. Do we have, like, is anyone else struggling with Nemo vote? Is there anyone else? Okay, then we'll close the vote. Guys,
Yeah. The vote has been closed. We received 22 votes in favor, 24 against, and 14 abstentions. The motion failed.
we'll proceed to the next motion. Is it a point of information? Point of information from the IFMSA EB?
We would like to consult to the CCC, what are the consequences in case the Supervising Council report is not adopted, and how will impact the adoption of the team of officials report? Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Executive Board. We have a procedural motion, so we'll have to proceed with that. Procedural motion number 4 to the debate on the regular motion number 8 to be reopened, proposed by the IFMSA Supervising Council. IFMSA Subco, would you like to explain? We'll get you a microphone, just a second.
Mati, he, him, Supervising Council. So yes, we wanted to reopen the debate on the motion because as you know, it was not shared at the time we started the motion maze, so we wanted to adopt the newest shared version.
Thank you very much, IFMSA Supervising Council. Do we have a seconder for this motion? IFMSA Spain. Since this is a procedural motion, we'll proceed directly to a vote. Please, if anyone faces any difficulties with internet or with Nemo Vote in general, raise a point of order and let us know as soon as possible. Meanwhile, please try to remain silent as much as possible.
The vote on the procedural motion number 4 has been opened. Please cast your votes.
Once again, please remain silent. We are in the middle of a vote. We have 28 votes already, 37. Let's be quick. Thank you very much, everyone, for your cooperation. Let's proceed. We're closing the vote. Perfect.
We have received 41 votes in favor, 8 against, and 5 abstentions. This motion passes 2/3 majority. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Then we proceed to reopen the debate on regular motion number 8. Regular motion number 8 reads to adopt the last amended report of the Supervising Council sent. Let me start. To adopt the last amended report of the Supervising Council sent on the server for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMC Subco. Subco, would you like to explain? No, thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Asarme Moldova. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Lamsik Lebanon. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. We'll proceed to the vote.
The vote is open. You can cast your votes.
Once again, we are in the middle of a vote. Please stay silent.
You have 10 seconds left. Four, three, two, one. We now close the vote. And we received 37 votes in favor, 8 against, and 7 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority.
Congrats to the Subco. We received the request to open a speakers list. Who would like to be on the speakers list? IFMC Subco. Anyone else? Lamsik Lebanon. We have AMSB Bulgaria. Anyone else? Perfect. Thank you very much. Subco, the floor is yours.
First, here on behalf of IFMC Subco, dear animals, dear team of officials, we have just adopted the Supervising Council report. This document provides a summary of our work, serve as a vital part of our institutional memory, and reflects the collective efforts made throughout our term. We sincerely thank you for your trust and for recognizing our contribution. We are especially grateful for the valuable feedback throughout thoughtful comments and the questions raised by animals throughout the term. Your engagement not only in strengthening our work, but also played a key role in fostering informed decision-making and upholding the democratic spirit of our federation.
We also deeply appreciate the ongoing collaboration with the Executive Board and the team of officials. Your commitment and cooperation have been essential in fulfilling our responsibilities effectively. We take this opportunity to reaffirm our dedication to Federation, and most importantly, to our members, who remain at the heart of everything we do. We will continue to safeguard the interests of the Federation and remain at your service. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much to the IFMC SUBCO. Then we have Lamsik Lebanon.
Thank you. I will be quoting Denim Brazil. Dear NMOs, please raise your voting cards if you agree with the statement. We are starting now with the voting motions related to changes in constitutions and bylaws and adoption of reports, which will guide how we manage our federation throughout the next year. At first, we might think that direct negatives mean an NMO is opposing a change in the regulations or in the reports. However, direct negatives are valuable tools for reflection and for upholding the democratic processes in IFMC. NMOs should not feel judged for giving direct negatives. On the contrary, they should feel encouraged, as standing their voices contributes to a more robust and inclusive decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lamsik Lebanon. Then we have AMSB Bulgaria.
Hello. Dear IFMSA family, we are delivering this statement to hopefully shine some light on the ongoing political situation in our country, Bulgaria. Please raise your voting card or your virtual hand if it resonates with you. For the past 2 months, medical students, young doctors, and other healthcare professionals have been organizing intermittent strikes, driven by a deep desire to remain in Bulgaria, practice medicine with dignity, and care for the Bulgarian people. You may be wondering what caused medical students to start organizing strikes. The public institutions of the healthcare sector in Bulgaria, as well as those working and studying in them, have been consistently underfunded and overworked. The buildings are starting to fall apart, the salaries of the personnel are shamefully low, the mean age of the nurses and doctors is rising above 55 years. The deficit of young doctors and nurses is seen, felt, and is starting to take its toll on the system. And the ones who suffer the most from this situation are our patients, the very people who place their trust and lives in the hands of healthcare professionals who are underpaid, overworked, and at the end of the day, human. Humans with limits, humans who are burning out. It's easy to speak from a place of frustration, but our concerns are not just emotional. They're supported by data. Consider the following. 55% of doctors and nurses in Bulgaria are over the age of 55. Only 17% of doctors are under the age of 35. The salary of a resident doctor in Bulgaria is extremely low, ranging from 427 euros to 550 euros. It is impossible for one to live a normal life and cover all their expenses with this little money, given that rent in many places is well above 450 euros. Resident doctors nationwide are very overworked, compiling roughly 240 to 300 working hours per month, while the norm is around 162 hours. Multiple residents are forced to sign the so-called three-sided contract, under which they work at 2 workplaces but receive minimum wage from only one of them. Around 60% of all newly graduated doctors consider emigrating, and 400 to 600 young doctors leave the country every year. Despite this, the Bulgarian government continues to ignore the issue. Some officials even resort to the—
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Please remember to send your statement on the server as well as to the secretary team. Thank you. We'll proceed to the next point. Agenda item 16, the adoption of the reports of IFMC officials. So before we start, let me explain the process here. So as you know, we have around 24 team of officials members. 5 of them are regional directors. The reports of IFMC regional directors have to be adopted twice. The first round, each region will get to vote on the report of their own regional director. If the report is approved by the region, then we proceed to the next round, which is the vote by all IFMSA NMOs with voting rights. For the rest of TO groups, such as executive board, liaison officers, and standing committee directors, it is a single round where all of you are able to vote. According to the bylaws, if a single NMO requests that we vote on each report separately, then we have to do that. I've already received such a request. So the report of the IFMSA team of officials will be voted on individually, because this has the potential to take a lot of time in case we have to vote on all of them. We are going to proceed with the motion maze and read every single motion first, and then the reports that require voting will be done all at once. So again, just very briefly, the first thing that we'll do, each region will vote on the report of their own regional director. Then we'll proceed to the second round. If the reports of the regional directors are accepted by the relevant regions, then they will be voted on by the entire General Assembly. Then we'll proceed with the rest of the team of officials members. Because we received a request to vote on team of officials reports individually, we'll do that. But to save some time and be as efficient as possible, we'll read every single motion first, and the motions that require voting will be done all at once. Do we have any questions? Okay, I see no questions, so let's proceed. So we have regular motion number 9 that reads to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Africa 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. By the IFMSA team of officials, IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
And also please use this explanation for the rest of the motions. This is a fundamental process to close our year as a team of officials and an important recognition for the work that our officials have conducted the entire term.
Thank you very much, IFMSA team of officials. Do remember that this motion will be voted on only by African regions. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Tamsa, Tanzania, thank you. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? No direct negatives. This motion passes with Nemo contra. We'll proceed to the next motion to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for the Americas 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder for this motion? IFMSA Peru. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? No direct negatives. This motion passes Nemo contra. Moving on to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Asia Pacific 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. Do we have a second? IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? FMS Taiwan, do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? No direct negatives. This motion passes Nemo contra. Moving to the next point, to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean Region 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Algeria, do we have an amendment? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? No direct negatives. This motion passes. Nemo contra. Let's move to the next motion to adopt Sorry, we're facing a small issue. Yes, it's solved. To adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Europe 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials, IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? No? Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Well, that's a difficult one. So what's that animal? Sesame Italy. Do we have an amendment? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? I mean, like, I'm happy that you guys have two different opportunities to compete over. Well, what's that animal? Cymes a cypress. So we'll proceed with a vote. Please remember that this vote is only for European animals. So if you are from another region and for some magical reason you cannot vote, it is simply because you should not vote.
And the vote's already open. You can cast your voice. Is this connectivity issues? Yeah, point of order.
The Nemo vote allows us to vote twice on this motion. Like we
Okay.
can vote twice for this motion. Yeah, each time we can choose a different option. We can vote twice
Okay.
if we want.
We will manage. Thank you for the
IFMSA Morocco, is it a point of order? Oh, wow. Okay. IFMSA Morocco can vote. Great. Thank you, IFMSA Morocco. Please don't vote. We'll work on this. But maybe we should consider, like, John, would you like to be the regional director for Europe and Morocco? I mean, very possible.
So let's try again then. The vote is open. Please give a notice if any of these issues persist. So we have so far received 27 votes. If anybody wants to cast their vote too, so I'll give you 10 seconds. A point of order from Serbia. Can we have a microphone to IFMC Serbia?
Do we have a CCC member present online? Because currently we have 2 here only. Okay, so we have 3. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMC Serbia.
So we are closing the vote.
Okay, so we received a total of 27 votes. We have 26 votes in favor, 1 against, and 0 abstentions. This motion passes. We have a point of order from EB.
I'm just following a commentary that we have received in the Zoom chat from our associate member Aix Catalonia that says that they were allowed to vote. According to the current articles of association, they cannot vote.
Thank you, IFMC EB. This was from the previous vote, which was open to literally everyone. Thank you, IFMC EB. And now again, we received 27 votes in total, 26 in favor, 1 against, and 0 abstentions. This motion passes with simple majority. Okay, let's proceed. Now we're done with the first round of voting on the reports of the regional directors. We'll proceed to the second round where everyone should actually vote. Let's proceed. So, regular motion number 14, can I have everyone's attention, please? Thank you. To adopt the interim report of the President 2024-2025 written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. Proposed by the IFMC TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? We'll take from online NMOs. No one online wants to second the motion, so Slomsik Slovenia, thank you. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMC Serbia. So we'll proceed to the next motion, and again, we'll vote on all motions together at the end. The next motion reads to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Finances, serving also as Treasurer 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by Tio. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? Animals online. PEMSA Palestine. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? What's that? Is it Lemsig Greece? Yes, thank you. Would you like to explain? Oh, sorry, I think I forgot to ask if the direct, who raised the direct negative last time? Can we go back? So IFMC Serbia. We'll have to repeat it again because I forgot to ask if you want to explain and if anyone had an alternative motion. So let's just do it all over again. Apologies, and if I make any mistake, please feel free to raise a point of order. That is all right. To adopt the interim report of the President 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? Slomsik, Slovenia. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Serbia. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. We proceed to the next one. Again, to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Finance, serving also as Treasurer 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. IFMSATO, would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? Tamsa Palestine. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Lemsi Greece, would you like to explain? Do we have any alternative motions? No alternative motions. So we proceed to the next motion. Okay, to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Members 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? NMOs online. Then in Brazil, do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? And in Portugal, would you like to explain? Do we have any alternative motions? No alternative motions, so we'll proceed to the next point. To adopt the interim report of the Vice President for External Affairs 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Spain. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Morocco. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. Let's proceed to the next one. To adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Capacity Building 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA the Netherlands. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Joe. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? Perfect. So we'll proceed to the next motion. To adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Public Relations and Communication 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? NMOs online. Well, no one. What's that NMO? Kazamsa Kazakhstan. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Lemsik Lebanon, would you like to explain? Do you have an alternative motion, or does anyone in the room have an alternative motion? Okay, we corrected Kazakhstan. Any alternative motions? No alternative motions. We'll proceed to the next point. To adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Medical Education 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? What's that? Is it Malta? MMSA Malta? Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Metzger Oman? Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? Perfect. Let's proceed to the next motion. To adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Professional Exchange 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Online animals, I'm really trying. Where is that animal? Okay, we'll take Zimbabwe. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Switzerland. Guys, please stay silent. We are in the middle of the vote. Solved, Swimsa? Perfect. Thank you. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. Let's proceed to the next one. To adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Public Health 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Okay, like I really need the binoculars. What's that animal? Kromsy Croatia. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Okay, what's that animal? AMSA Austria, thank you very much for the help. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? Thank you. We'll proceed to the next point. We'll just need to wait a second because internet connection, I cannot see the online souls. Okay, we'll proceed to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Peace 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Poland. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Peru. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. Let's proceed. To adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Research Exchange 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain? No, thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for this motion? MSI India. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? What is that? NMSA Norway. Would you like to explain? Do we have any alternative motions in the room? No alternative motions. We'll proceed to the next one. Medicine Sudan, is this a point of order? Okay, I assume it's by mistake. To adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, including HIV and AIDS, 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Sweden, do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Serbia, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? Perfect. Let's proceed to the next one. To adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for medical sciences and research issues 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder for this motion? FMSIC Finland, do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? And in Portugal, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. We'll proceed. To adopt the interim report of the liaison officer to the World Health Organization 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? What is that kind of? Istemsa Estonia. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. We'll proceed to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for medical education issues 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? What is that, Anna? Can you say it out loud? Dominican Republic. Thank you. Do we have any amendments? Do they have voting rights? Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Cyprus. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. Moving forward to adopt the interim. Guys, can I please have your attention? We're voting on the team of officials reports. I know that we're not actually voting, but we're reading the motions. And this is an incredibly important agenda point for the people who have been working for almost a year. So please, let's show them some respect. To adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for sexual and reproductive health and rights issues, including HIV and AIDS 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Let's give the online souls a chance. I realize that my voice is lagging, so I'll give them 5 seconds. Okay. Yes, we have SFGH UK. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Aserme Moldova. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. Let's proceed to the next point. To adopt the interim report of the Liaison Officer for Human Rights and Peace Issues 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Medicine Sudan, do we have any amendments? Hamsa Palestine, is that an amendment? Okay, I'll assume that was a mistake. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Poland, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? Okay, we'll proceed. To adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Africa 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMCTO. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Is that Masaki Kenya? Thank you. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? We do not have a direct negative. This motion passes nemo contra, which means the report of RD Africa is officially adopted. Moving forward to the next motion. To adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for the Americas 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Asia Pacific 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025, proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? Thank you, IFMSA TO. Do we have a seconder? What is that animal? Can you please? No, not like, sorry. IMCC Denmark, do you have voting rights? So we'll have to find another seconder. FMS Taiwan, do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have any direct negatives? No direct negatives, which means this motion passes nemo contra. The report of RD Asia Pacific is officially adopted. Apologies for the earlier mistake. IMCC Denmark does have voting rights. Sorry for the confusion. Proceeding to the next motion to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for the EMR 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. Do we proposed by the IFMSATO? Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? I cannot see online souls. Do we have a seconder online? IFMSA Egypt, thank you. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? No direct negatives, which means this motion passes nemo contra and the report of RDEMR is officially adopted. Well, probably saving the best to the end. To adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Europe 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. Proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Spain. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? AMSA Austria. Would you like to explain? Oh, that's not, sorry, that's not AMSA Austria. What is it? TMC Greece. Would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. So we proceed to a vote. We have a lot of motions to vote on. The vice chairperson will open them and he will announce as soon as they're open. You will have exactly 4 minutes to vote. If you face any difficulties, please raise a point of order momentarily, and we'll try to help you as much as possible.
So the voting for the regular motions 14 to 30 and 35 is now open. Please refresh the Nemo vote page and cast your votes on each of them.
You have less than 4 minutes. Please vote. And again, remain silent. We are in the middle of a vote.
You still have 2 minutes to cast your votes. Also to the people in the online plenary, please refresh the Nemo vote page and cast your votes if you want to. You have 1 more minute to cast your vote. Please refresh the Nemo vote page and you'll see if you have the chance to do that. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time is up. We will now close the votes.
Please give us exactly 1 minute to just copy everything to the slide so that we can announce the results. Can you, because I really cannot see. Okay, we are back. Next motion. Can I have everyone's attention? Okay. We have the first motion. Yes, to adopt the report of the President 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. We received 46 votes in favor, 7 against, and 1 abstentions. This motion passes with simple majority. The report of the President is officially adopted. Moving to the next motion. To adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Finance 2020, also serving as Treasurer 2024-2025, written for the 74th General Assembly August meeting 2025. We received a total of 55 votes, 49 in favor, 5 against, and 1 abstention. This means the report of the VPF is officially adopted and this motion passes with simple majority. Okay, next motion to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for members. We received 54 votes in total. Guys, sadly, you will not be able to see the numbers because we have internet connection issues. So I promise if you ask about this at any point, we'll provide you with the numbers, but just for the sake of time, we'll have to proceed. Apologies for that, but it's like blame the internet. So VPM report, we received 54 votes in total, 49 in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. The report of the VPM is officially adopted and this motion passes with simple majority. Then we have the end of term report of the Vice President for External Affairs. We received 53 votes in total. We had 46 in favor, 5 against, and 2 abstentions. The report of the Vice President for External Affairs is officially adopted and this motion passes with simple majority. Then we have the report of the VPCB. We received 53 votes in total, 47 in favor, 4 against, and 2 abstentions. The report of the VPCB is officially adopted, and this motion passes with simple majority. Then we have the report of the VPPRC. We received 53 votes in total, 43 in favor, 5 against, and 5 abstentions. The report of the VPPRC is officially adopted, and this motion passes with simple majority.
We proceed with the motion number 20 to adopt the report of the Director for the Standing Committee on Medical Education. We received 52 votes, 44 in favor, 5 against, and 3 abstentions. This motion passes with simple majority, and your report is adopted. So for motion number 21 to adopt the report, the interim report of the SCO PD, we received 54 votes in total. 50 of that was in favor, 3 against, and 1 abstention. This motion passed simple majority. This report is also adopted. For motion number 22 to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Public Health, we received 54 votes, 45 in favor, 7 against, and 2 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. Your report is also adopted. Motion number 23 for the SCORP Director, the adoption of the interim report. We received 54 votes, 44 in favor, 5 against, and 5 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. This report is also adopted. For motion number 24, the SCORI Director to adopt the interim report, we received 54 votes in total, 46 in favor, 7 against, and 1 abstention. This motion passes simple majority. This report is also adopted. For motion number 25 to adopt the interim report of the SCORAD, we received 55 votes in total, 47 in favor, 5 against, and 3 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. The report is adopted. For motion number 26 to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer on medical science and research, we received 55 votes in total, 53 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. The report is adopted. For motion number 27 to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer on the World Health Organization, we received 55 votes in total, 48 in favor, 3 against, and 4 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority, and the report's adopted. Motion number 28 to adopt the interim report of our LME. We received 55 votes in total, 50 in favor, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. Motion passes simple majority. The report is adopted. For motion number 29 to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer on sexual and reproductive health and rights issues, including HIV and AIDS, we received 55 votes in total, 48 in favor, 5 against, and 2 abstentions. This motion passes with simple majority. The report is adopted. For motion 30, to adopt the interim report of the LRP, we received 56 votes in total, 52 in favor, 2 against, and 2 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. The report is adopted.
Moving forward with the report of RD Europe, we received 52 votes in favor, 52 votes in total, 47 in favor, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. The report is officially adopted, and this motion passes with simple majority. This brings us to the end of the vote on TO reports. I received a request for a speakers list. IFMSA team of officials. Who else would like to be added on this speakers list? Okay, IFMSA TO, the floor is yours.
Dearest NMOs, on behalf of the FMSI team of officials, thank you for the trust you have put on us this past term and for your engagement throughout it. This interim report represents not just meeting activities and indicators, it represents effort, growth, legacy, and a shared commitment to this federation. It reflects the hundreds of hours spent coordinating across time zones, responding to members' needs, building partnerships, reforming systems, and laying the groundwork for what comes next. This term has been a journey of challenge and change, but also of resilience and hope. We face hard decisions, led transitions, and have held IFMSA's values in the face of a complex and fast-changing world. IFMSA is soon turning 75 years old. Our shared milestone is more than symbolic. It reminds us that we are part of a long-standing legacy of students who believe that medicine is more about science. It's about justice, humanity, and action. As we look to the future, we must ask ourselves, how do we honor that legacy while continue to adapt? How do we make this federation more sustainable and relevant 75 years in and still evolving? To all who supported this journey, thank you. And to those who will be stepping into their leadership roles, you will never walk alone. We are with you. It has been an honor to serve this year alongside all of you. With gratitude, your IFMSA team of officials 24-25.
Thank you very much, IFMSA team of officials. And by this, we officially conclude this agenda point. We'll proceed to the next agenda point, which is the adoption of official relationship agreements with other organizations. I also received a request for a speakers list. IFMSA VPPRC. Do we have anyone else? Okay, IFMSA. We have Anne in Portugal. Anyone else? Perfect. IFMSA VPPRC, the floor is yours.
Dear NMOs, organizing secure and fair voting is a core part of IFMS's governance. Without proper voting, IFMSA cannot function effectively or make legitimate decisions about its work in health, education, and international representation. In this sense, NEMO vote is not a technical extra, it supports the structure that allows IFMSA to operate. We chose to use a MOU instead of a contract because the relationship is based on cooperation. The MOU allows clear expectation, but also flexibility, which is important in IFMSA's changing and volunteer-led environment. NEMO vote has repeatedly shown this flexibility, for example, by offering early access to the platform before General Assembly, giving technical support, or offering free clouds or discount to the NMOs and local committees. These types of support are easier to provide under an MOU rather than a strict contract. For these reasons, we confirm that NEMO vote MOU supports IFMS's mission and is a useful and appropriate agreement that helps in the Federation work effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA VPRC. So Anne in Portugal decided to withdraw the request to join the speakers list. Thank you, Anne in Portugal. Perfect. So we received a procedural motion from Anne in Portugal. The procedural motion reads to overrule the interpretation of the CCC that the NEMO vote MOU proposal is not based on health, education, science, social, and humanitarian affairs. Before we proceed with the motion, Maze, I would like to ask the CCC about the validity of the motion and the consequences of the adoption of this motion.
This procedural motion is valid, and should it be adopted, should our interpretation be overruled, then the Memorandum of Understanding proposal is deemed valid and can be voted upon.
Thank you very much, IFMSA CCC. And in Portugal, would you like to explain your motion?
Thank you, Catarina Cardoso, she, her, and in Portugal. Yeah, so we think that this decision should be overruled because, as the VBPRC mentioned, the relationship established between NEMO vote and IFMSA is not only a contractual one, but also one that allows IFMSA to work in a better way, allowing us to improve our decision making and our processes, and also has several benefits for the NMOs. So we think that this MOU should be considered valid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. In Portugal, do we have a seconder for this motion? CISM Italy. Since this is a procedural motion, we'll proceed directly to a vote.
The vote on procedural motion number 5 is now open. You may find it in NEMO vote. We now received 40 votes. We will wait for like another 20 seconds or so for you to cast your votes. If you have technical issues, please raise your card. We will now close the vote. We received 49 votes in total, 37 in favor, 4 against, and 8 abstentions. This procedural motion passes 2/3 majority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. CCC, do you have a point of information?
Yes, the memorandum of understanding proposal is now valid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CCC. We'll proceed to the next point. We received a regular motion from the IFMSA team of officials that reads to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding between the World Federation for Ultrasound in Medicine and Biology, WFUMB, and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, IFMSA. IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? And let's try to give the opportunity to online NMOs. IFMSA Algeria. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Then in Brazil, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motion. We'll proceed to a vote.
The vote is open. You may now vote on the motion as it is shown in the slides. We have received 40 votes. We will wait for another 15 seconds for you to cast your vote. We are now closing the vote. We received 47 votes in total, 42 in favor, 1 against, and 4 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's proceed to the next motion. To adopt the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between NIMU Contra GmbH and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations proposed by the IFMSA TO. TO, would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder for this motion? MF Mexico. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA TO. Point of order? Okay, so CCC requested a technical break. Just a second. Okay, we are back. So IFMSA team officials, can we get them a microphone to share their amendment? Guys, can I have everyone's attention?
Okay, the amendment will be to adopt the amended memorandum. to adopt the amended memorandum of understanding MOU between NEMO Contra GmbH and the International Federation of Medical Student Associations, IFMSA, as shared on the NMO server on 30th July.
Thank you very much, IFMSA VPPRC and IFMSA TO. As proposers, do you accept your own amendment? Thank you. AMF Mexico, do you accept the amendment? As seconders, thank you. Do we have any further amendments? No further amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Swimsa, would you like to explain? Does anyone have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. Let's proceed to a vote.
The vote has now been opened. You may now cast your vote. We have received 43 votes. You have the last 10 seconds the chance to cast your vote if you haven't already. The vote has been closed by now. We received 49 votes in total, 41 in favor, 2 against, and 6 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority, and we may have a lot of fun with NEMO vote in the future.
Thank you. Let's proceed to the next motion to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, IFMSA, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. Would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? What is that, Adam? Homsick, Hungary. Thank you. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA TO. Can we get them a microphone? Returning officers.
To adopt the amended memorandum of understanding as shared on this NMO server on the 30th of July.
Thank you, IFMSA TO. As proposers, do you accept the amendment? Yes. Homesick Hungary, do you accept it? Thank you. Do we have any further amendments? No further amendments. Do we have a direct negative? And in Portugal, would you like to explain? Do we have any alternative motions? No alternative motions, then we'll proceed to the vote.
The vote is open now. Please go to NEMO vote and cast your vote. You have 10 more seconds to cast your vote. We are closing the vote now. And we received 50 votes in total, 49 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention. This vote passes simple majority, and we have a MOU with UNICEF.
Thank you. Let's proceed to the next motion to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, IPPNW, and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, IFMSA, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Masaki Kenya, do we have any amendments? IFMSA team of officials.
Can we get a mic to the IFMSA officials?
To adopt the amended memorandum of understanding as shared on the NMO server on the 30th of July. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA team of officials. As the proposers of the motion, do you accept the amendment? Thank you. Masaki Kenya, as the seconder, do you accept the amendment? Thank you. Do we have any further amendments? No further amendments. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions, and let's vote.
The vote is open. You may find it in Nemo vote.
We have a point of order from Anne in Portugal. You're unable to vote. Can someone help Anne in Portugal, please? No worries, we'll wait for you. Thank you, Anne in Portugal. Okay, we're closing the vote.
We received 48 votes in total, 44 in favor, 2 against, and 0 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. Congratulations on your MOU with the IPPNW.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the next motion. To adopt the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the Center of Research and Training in Disaster Medicine, Humanitarian Aid and Global Health, CREMEDIM, and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, IFMSA, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? Thank you. Do we have a seconder? SFGH UK. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA TO.
To adopt the amended memorandum of understanding as shared on the NMO server on the 30th of July.
Thank you, IFMSA TO. As the proposers, do you accept your own amendment? Thank you. SFGH UK, as the seconder, do you accept the amendment? I see thumbs up, thank you. Do we have any further amendments? No further amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Is that AMSA Austria? Thank you. We have would you like to explain? Thank you. Do we have an alternative motion? No alternative motions, and let's vote.
The vote is open. Please cast your votes. We are now closing the vote. We received 49 votes in total, 47 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention. This motion passes simple majority. We have an MOU with Grimidum.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between, well, AEGEE Europe and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, proposed by the IFMSATO. Would you like to explain? Thank you. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Sweden. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Then in Brazil, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. Let's proceed to the vote.
The vote has been opened. Please vote. You have 10 more seconds to cast your vote. We're closing the vote. We received 50 votes in total, 44 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority. You can sign the MOU.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the next point. But I do believe that this concludes this agenda point. Well, I'm wrong. Too hopeful, to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the International Association of Dental Students, IADS, and the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, IFMSA, proposed by the IFMSA TO. TO, would you like to explain? No, thank you. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Slomsik Slovenia. Do we have any amendments? No amendments. Do we have a direct negative? SRMA Moldova, would you like to explain? Do we have an alternative motion in the room? No alternative motions. Let's proceed to the vote.
The vote has been opened. You may now cast your votes. You have 10 more seconds to cast your votes. The vote has been closed. We received 47 votes in total, 43 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstention. This motion passes simple majority. You may now sign the MOU in action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this time, I'm sure that this brings us to the end of this agenda point. Let's proceed to the next agenda point then, which is the ratification of sponsorship agreements. We received no sponsorship agreements, which means we proceed to the next agenda point, the adoption of the reports of IFMSA programs. Let's proceed. We received a regular motion that reads to adopt the program's annual impact report 2024-2025, proposed by the IFMSA team of officials. IFMSA TO, would you like to explain? Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this motion? I would like to give the opportunity to the animals attending online. IFMSA Egypt. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA Egypt, do you have an amendment? Okay, I think that was a mistake. So no amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Alan Luxembourg, would you like to? No, sorry, like, what is it? Lemsa Lithuania, would you like to explain? Do you have an alternative motion? Thank you. Now we proceed to the vote.
The vote is open. You may now cast your votes. You have 10 more seconds to cast your vote. The vote has been closed. We received 47 votes in total, 41 in favor, 1 against, and 5 abstentions. This motion passes simple majority, and we adopted the program's annual impact report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I received a request for a speakers list. IFMSA TO, I assume you would like to be on it. Do we have any other animals / bodies who would like to be added to the speakers list? Okay, IFMSA TO, can we get them a microphone? Okay, you already have the microphone. Please proceed. Thank you.
The statement will be read by one of our online officials attending. Just to confirm if the FMSA Score Director is in the Zoom.
Yes, I am.
You are audible. Please proceed.
Okay, this statement is read on behalf of the team of officials. Dearest NMOs, we'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all program coordinators, NMOs, and activity coordinators who made this year's program annual report possible. The report is more than just a reflection of numbers. It's a testament to the collective efforts of thousands of medical students who, through IFMSA programs, continue to shape a healthier, more just world. From June 2024 to June 2025, 536 activities were reported across 13 programs, reaching over 3.2 million individuals. Behind each of these figures are students who turn their passion into purpose, designing, leading, and evaluating actions that respond to real community needs. Programs are where IFMSA vision meets reality. They are a space where advocacy becomes tangible, where medical students become educators, advocates, researchers, and change makers. The diversity and scale outreach in this report speak to the power of our federation when it supports its members to take the lead. At the same time, this report reminds us on the ongoing responsibility we hold to strengthen support for all regions, to close the gaps in engagement, and to make reporting and engaging in activities more accessible. Ensuring that every student and every NMO can find their place and voice in IFMSA programs must remain a priority. To our program coordinators, thank you. Your leadership, resilience, and vision are what bring programs to life. Your support is a reflection of your impact and of the possibilities we create together. Let's continue to build a federation where every medical student has the tools, the space, and the support to make a difference. With lots of appreciation, your IFMC team of officials 24-25. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IFMSA team of officials. Proceeding to the next agenda point, which is the report of the IFMSA president on the status of the IFMSA board of recommendations, which will be done in president sessions. This brings us to the end of our plenary, which is a miracle that we're actually on time. Before we officially adjourn today's plenary, a couple of announcements from my side. First of all, BCP's discussion, as I said multiple times, and as I will continue to say until we officially adopt some of these BCPs. You do not have to wait for president sessions to share your comments or thoughts. Feel free to use the NMO server, feel free to use the BCP's discussion document, and also leverage the opportunity that you actually have access to some of these NMOs here in Greece. The time we have for BCP's discussion is not going to be enough. I am 100% sure that we'll have to either do a, I don't know, lunch meetup or whatever. We'll decide on that later. So to avoid that as much as possible, because I would like us to enjoy our lunches here, let's try to leverage and utilize all the other spaces that we have. This is my first announcement. My second announcement, tomorrow's plenary is going to be long. And that is because simply we have a lot of motivated members who would like to join the team of officials and serve IFMSA for an entire year. I know that you will be tired. I know that you might have other things to do, but if you choose to be present for the presentations plenary, I kindly request that you give all the candidates your full attention, whether they're joining online or in person. They deserve our respect, they deserve appreciation, and at least they deserve our full attention. All candidates, regardless of the validity of their candidatures, will be invited to present their candidature because we are aware as a plenary team that there will be some attempts to validate their candidatures. Building on this point, if you have any procedural motions that you intend to submit to validate any candidatures, please reach out to us in advance. What we would like to do is to decide on a specific point in time where we could discuss these procedural motions. This is not to micromanage you. You still have the right to submit your procedural motions whenever you want. This is only to make sure that we do not overload a specific plenary and delay other events. So please wait until we convene tomorrow in president sessions and we can discuss together if tomorrow will be the day to submit these procedural motions or if we will do it later. But again, regardless of the validity of the application, all candidates will be invited to present. Third point, I said this earlier in president sessions. There are some candidates who are joining online. They decided to present their candidature live, which is permissible according to the constitution and bylaws. But today is our second plenary, and we know that it might be risky to rely on internet connection. This is why I'm extending the deadline for these specific candidates to submit video presentations if they choose to. If they choose to. If they would like to present live, they have our full support. They do not need our permission. We'll be more than happy to help them with the logistics and present their slides. But again, we cannot guarantee that connection will be stable. If they choose to have videos, Then they have until tomorrow before the plenary to share their video presentations. We have a point of information from Anne in Portugal.
Considering the extension of the deadline, are candidates that have submitted a visual support able to resubmit them, corrected versions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Exactly. Thank you, Anne in Portugal, for the question. Yes, they're able to submit. I've already emailed them personally. So please encourage your candidates to check their emails. Last point that I would like to mention, I understand that we had a lot of delays today, but we still managed to finish on time. The plenary team or the members of the plenary team who were selected early enough tried their best to make a clear estimation, time estimation for each of the plenaries. And we tried to put as much buffer time as we could. We will try our best to improve the efficiency of the plenaries and finish on time. However, as I said earlier, we cannot guarantee that we will finish on time. This is controlled by so many factors, including factors that we cannot control, such as internet connection, such as human errors, such as lengthy speakers list. It is your right at the end of the day to request speakers list. It is your right to submit procedural motions, and it would compromise the quality of decision making if we rush certain processes. So it is never our intention to deprive you from NFDPs or social programs, but it is something that is completely beyond our control. We also have NMOs who are joining from Asia Pacific. I believe it is almost 6 a.m. for them. I sincerely appreciate your efforts, and I'm really sorry that you have to go through this. Sadly, there is nothing that we can do from our side besides sharing our appreciation for you every now and then. For last but not least, if you have any questions, if you need anything, feel free to reach out to either the plenary team or the CCC. We'll be more than happy to help out. Enjoy the NFDP. Please stay hydrated and make sure to be there on time tomorrow because we're not waiting for anyone. Thank you. Please remember to give your voting cards back to the CCC before you
One
leave the-
second. Sit down. Thank you. Perfect. So some logistical information. The first thing that I want to say for a long time, and I keep forgetting, just to be sure that we're on the same page. In Greece, the system is not that good in the toilets. Please don't throw paper inside the toilet. Throw it in the bin. A lot of you might be confused with this, but we will need to pay if something goes wrong. So you don't want to do this, right? So please use the bin. Think before you throw the paper inside the toilet. Thanks. And after we finish with that, I want to say some things about the NFTP. The NFTP is in Litharitsya Park. There is a cafeteria there. There is a big glass door. Inside the door, also outside, there is someone waiting for you to tell you where to go. You go inside the door. There are some stairs, and you can go there and pick a table, put your things. Be mindful that we have a lot of NMOs, and as in most NFTPs, we will have to share the table with someone else, so don't take up too much space. Some people are already there, some of your delegates are already there, so please try to gather your things and go there as soon as possible. We can be there until 2:30 a.m. Also, please be mindful about this. This is the maximum time because after this, it's illegal to have music and being loud. We don't want any issues with the police, I hope. If you want something for after that, you can we can discuss it at the NFTP, so we can propose you some clubs or maybe some food places. There are some places that are open until 5 a.m. if you want to grab a snack at 4 a.m., for example. I think this is everything for now. Also for the NFTP, we'll
No. Leave it in. We still have the sign. No, but they already disconnected. It's still on the YouTube. We're still live streaming. People online are still here.
Instructions after 6 hours of plenary, so we trust you.
Thank you.